Sir, in the last videos we covered very clearly about the data structures, collections concept we completed, right? Now the next topic, new chapter, what I have to start, functions concept, right? A beautiful concept, sir. Sir, a bit lengthy concept, so compulsory you people should get much clarity about this concept. The people who are planning for certification, do you know, from this topic especially 10 to 15 questions you can expect, because it is a commonly required in our day-to-day coding functions concept. That's why more concentration must be required. So now first, what is function? What is the purpose of function? Okay, suppose just let me consider my code, sir. I don't want to use any functions. A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20. Okay, A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20. Now I want to print the sum. The sum is A plus B. Next, print of the difference. Print of the difference is A minus B. A minus B. Next, print of, okay, the product. The product is A into B. I'm taking, sir. A into B, like this, right? Sir, here observe, A minus B. I don't want to see negative value. That's why A is 20, I'm taking. B is 10, I'm taking, right? Sir, now, after some time, happily it's going to print the result. After some time, my requirement is A is equal to 100, B is equal to, sir, A is equal to 200, B is equal to 100. A is equal to 200, B is equal to 100. Print of, again, the sum. Again, the sum, A plus B. Next, print of, okay, the difference. The difference, here just observe, the difference, A minus B. Print of, okay, the product. Print of the product is A into B, like this I'm taking. Sir, whatever code I'm taking here, the same code I'm taking, because that is my next requirement, right? Sir, after this, my next requirement is A is equal to, sir, 2000. A is equal to 2000. B is equal to 1000, sir. A is equal to 2000, B is equal to 1000. Again, I require to print, okay, the sum. The sum is A plus B. A plus B. Next, print of the difference. Print of the difference. The difference is A minus B. Next, print of the product. Print of the product. The product is A into B, like this I'm taking. So now observe, happily this code is going to work, no problem at all. The sum is A plus B means 30. Next, A minus B, 20 minus 10, 10. A into B is 200, like we are going to get. But now B 200 and 100, then the sum 300. Next, the difference 100. Next, the product is sum 20,000, like this we are going to get, sir. Next, same here also. A plus B means 3,000. A minus B means 1,000. Next, and after that here, okay, 3. Here the product 2 followed by 6 zeros. Okay, sir, this is the answer what we are going to get. Perfectly it is the valid, sir. Let me execute first, is it valid or not? And then what is function? What is the advantage of function? Which problem we are going to resolve by using functions? That part I will discuss. Just let me show this code. Observe carefully, sir. A is equal to 20, I'm taking. A is equal to 20, B is equal to 10, sir. Print of the sum. Print of the sum is A plus B. Print of the sum is A plus B, I'm taking. Next, print of the difference. Print of the difference. The difference A minus B, I'm taking. A minus B. Next, print of the product. The product, okay, like the product, like A into B, I'm taking, sir. That's all. Sir, this is first level. Perfectly it's going to work, sir. Now let me execute this code. have a look once. Let me execute this code. The sum 30, the difference 10, and the product 200. Perfectly it's going to work, sir. Sir, after some time, my requirement is A is equal to 200, B is equal to 100, sir. Now I want to print the same things, right? Now let me copy paste. Yes, perfectly we are going to get the sum 300, the difference 100, the product 2000, like we are going to get, sir. Next, after some time, my requirement is A is equal to sum 2000, B is equal to 1000. Now I have to print the sum A plus B, next A minus B, A into B, like I want to print, sir. Now observe, let me execute this code. Yes, perfect. The sum 3000, okay, like we are going to get, sir. Now can you please observe how many lines of the code I wrote here? 15 lines of the code. The number you can able to see, sir. How many lines of the code we are using? 15 lines of the code. Yes, there is a big flaw is there in this code. There is a big problem is there in this code. What the problem is? Have you observed, sir, this code under this code, okay, this print statement is the common same statements only we are repeating in our program. If a group of statements repeatedly required, never recommended to write this group of statements separately. Are you getting right? So within our program, if any group of statements repeatedly required, never recommended to write this group of statements, never recommended to write this group of statements independently, separately, right? What is the problem? Length of the code is going to increase, readability is going to be down. That's why where is the code reusability? Code reusability is not there. Length of the code is going to increase and the readability will be down because of duplicate code. How you can solve this problem, sir? Very simple. We have to define, sir, such a type of repeatedly required code as a single unit and just call that unit wherever that code is required. Okay, how you can do, sir? Just observe a bit very carefully, sir. Sir, here in these 3 lines, what function I'm doing? Okay, my function is A plus B, A minus B, A into B, like some calculations I'm doing, sir. Now what I'm taking, just observe very carefully, sir. D, E, F. Sir, which word I'm using? D, E, F. What it means I will explain soon. Don't worry. Sir, calculate. Okay. D, E, F. Calculate, comma, A, comma, B, sir. Calculate of A, comma, B. Now print the sum. Okay. A plus B. Print the difference. The difference is A minus B. Next, print of the product. Is A into B, like this, right? Sir, def, calculate A comma B, the sum, the difference, the product, like this I'm taking, sir. Now, sir, just I'm writing this code only once. Wherever this code is required, just call this calculate. Automatically, this code will come, this code will be performed, the results will be printed, sir. Sir, I want for A is the 20, B is the 10. A is the 20, B is the 10. I want this activity, right? Now, what I have to do? Just call calculate of 20 comma 10. Calculate 20 comma 10. Now, sir, A value will become 20, B value will become 10. With this 20 and 10, these print statements will be executed. Now you can see the result, right? Now just observe carefully, right? Sir, what code I wrote here? Just let me copy this code. Okay, let me copy. Sir, here DEF calculate. Are you getting? DEF calculate. Okay, just I'm taking calculate, DEF calculate A comma B, sir. A comma B. Next, sir, print of the sum A plus B. Next, the difference A minus B. The product, like this, right? Now my requirement is just call calculate. Just call calculate of 20 comma 10. Just calculate of 20 comma 10. Now observe a bit very carefully. Yes, the sum 30, the difference 10, the product 200, like this, right? So which code repeatedly required? That code I'm writing separately. So inside a special syntax. Now I want to call wherever these lines of the code is required. So 2010, happily this is executed, right? Now 200 100 I want to do. So just again calculate of 200 100. Are you getting? Again calculate of 200 100, like now again with 200 100 this code will be executed, right? Sir, my requirement again I want for 2000 1000 2000 1000. Again this code will be executed. So everyone in the position to understand clearly, right? Take a bit special care about this syntax, right? Okay, so how many times we are writing this code? Please confirm. How many times we are writing this code? Only once. But how many times I am calling that code? Multiple times. So repeatedly required code, write only once and call that code as many number of times. Okay, so what is the biggest advantage of this approach? This approach advantage is code reusability. Let me execute this code. Sir, I'm taking just calculate of 200 comma 100. 200 comma 100. Yes, this is the result for 2010. This is the result for 200 followed by 100. Next calculate 2000 1000 2000 like this, right? Now observe, sir, here this is the result for 2000 followed by 1000, like this, right? So how many times we are writing this code? Only once, sir, only once. Next, how many times we are calling this code? Any number of times based on our requirement. Earlier 15 lines of the code, but the same program now it came only 7 lines of the code. Have you observed, right? Almost half of the length of the code, half length got reduced, right? So this a piece of code, what we wrote repeatedly required code, this unit itself is nothing but function. Okay, get the basic idea. But how to define function, how to worry about parameters, return type, all those we will discuss in detail. Just whatever the syntax here I used is a function. Okay, how many times we are writing the function? Only once. But how many times we are calling that function? Multiple times. Sir, this syntax itself is nothing but function. Can you please tell what is the biggest advantage of function? Respond. What is the main advantage of function concept? The biggest advantage of functions concept is code reusability. Are you getting? Write once, call any number of times, use any number of times based on our requirement without rewriting this total code again and again. This is the advantage of functions, right? Now observe, without a function how much code I have to write, but the same thing with the function how much code I have to write. Sir, I hope you people are in the position to identify, right? Okay, so every programming language contain these functions concepts, sir, but maybe terminology may be different, sir. So in some languages we can use the word methods. In C++, Java, we can use the word methods. In some languages we can use the word procedures. Do you know SQL, like some languages we are using procedures. In some languages we are using subroutines, subroutines, like sir, anyway, all these different terminology, but language to language sub terminology may be varied, but internal concept is always the same. Sir, can you please tell what is a function? A group of repeatedly required statement is a function. Next, what is the main advantage of function concept? Code reusability. Clear, right? So almost length of the code will be reduced by half. More readability you can get. There is no duplicate code. This is the biggest advantage of functions concept. So everyone got basic idea what is function, what is advantage. But don't worry much about this syntax. We will discuss in detail in the next videos. Try to get just the only basic idea. Array, what is the advantage of function? That's all. Code reusability. Any doubt? Clear? Sir, up to this, it is very clear how you can define a function. Next, what is about function parameters? Have you observed function parameters? Do you know a function can take parameters? These parameters acts as input to the function. So inside a function body, happily we can use those inputs and we can use based on our programming requirements. Are very simple. Parameters are inputs to the function. Within the function we can use those parameter values, right? So now, but here one small thing is there. If a function take parameter, if a function taking parameter, at the time of calling, compulsory we have to provide value. By mistake, if you are not providing value, immediately we will get a error, type error, sir. Okay, I will explain with a small example. Just observe that. So write a function to take name of the student as input and print a wish message by name. Okay, earlier I took one example. Hello friends, good evening. But now I don't want. I have to pass student name as the student name as input to take name of the student as the input and print a wish message by name. I have to do that, sir. How you can do that? Very simple. Let me take def wish. Sir, this function compulsory should take name of the student as the argument. That's why here I'm taking name like this, right? Sir, now this name itself acts as input parameter. Okay, parameter, right? Sir, is it name compulsory or any variable name you can use? Any name you can use. It is need not be name, sir. Because I'm going to pass the name, meaningful word, just a name I took. You can take X also, you can take A also, no issue at all. Sir, def wish of name. Sir, print hello. Okay, hello, comma, name, hello, name. Suppose if I pass Durga, hello, Durga. Okay, like. Next, good evening. Hello, Durga, good evening. Like this, I took, sir. Good evening, like. Sir, that's all. This function, sir, this is the function which is taking name as the input, and print wish message by name, sir. So name is a parameter which is the input to the function. Inside the function body, happily we can use those parameters, right? Sir, now I want to call this function. Sir, take very special care. Sir, now I want to call like this, right? Wish. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Respond. Just now I told. Is it valid or invalid? Invalid. The reason is, if a function taking parameter compulsory at the time of calling, okay, we should provide value. Remember this one, sir. If a function taking some parameter compulsory at the time of calling, we should provide value. Okay, if you are not passing the value, immediately error we are going to get, sir. Let me show this one. Have a look once, sir. Sir, here my example is, observe carefully, sir. I'm taking here, see, def wish of name. I'm taking wish of name. Print of hello. Sir, hello, comma, hello, just name, hello, name, sir, good evening, hello, name, good evening. Okay, like I'm taking, sir. That's all. Sir, now this is the function. Sir, this is the way how to define the function, sir. This function taking name as the input. Now I want to call this function, but I'm not passing any value for the name. Sir, what will happen? Here, if I execute this code, observe carefully, sir. Type error. What is this one? Type error. Wish missing one required positional argument. Name. Sir, wish missing one required positional argument name like this, right? Okay, sir, means that the important point, if a function takes some argument, takes some parameter, compulsory at the time of calling we have to pass, otherwise we will get which error, sir? Can you please confirm? Type error we are going to get. Are getting type error. Then how you can call, sir? Very simple. Wish of, okay, Durga. I'm calling sir. Wish of Durga. Durga like, hello Durga, good evening. Hello Durga, good evening, like this, right? Sir, similarly, wish of, okay, Sunny, like this I'm passing. Wish of Sunny. Hello, name is Sunny, good evening, like now wish message is coming by name. So I'm passing some name which acts as the input to the function. Now by taking that input, it is going to print sir, wish message by name. Let me execute this one. Have a look once, sir. So we can't call like this. Compulsory we require to pass some argument. Wish of Durga. Like this I'm passing sir, wish of Durga, like now observe carefully. Hello Durga, good evening, like this, right? Sir, now I'm calling again wish of Sunny, like this I'm taking sir. Sir, now hello Sunny, good evening, like this, right? Okay, perfectly it's going to work. So what is parameter? How to define parameters to the function, how you can pass parameters. Now I hope everyone got basic idea. In this example, how many parameters I'm taking? Only one, but you can pass any number. You can take based on your function requirement. It is going to accept multiple parameters also. Need not be only one. We will discuss multiple example so that you will get much clarity. Up to this, any doubt? Clear, right? Sir, the next example, have a look once. Write a function to take a number as input and print its square value. Sir, my function has to take a number as input, maybe 2 or 3 or 4. Now it has to print the square. The square of given number is 4 or 9, something like. It has to do that, sir. How you can write the code? Very simple. Here, let me take. Sir, can you please tell how to define a function? Which keyword I require to use? Def. Def is the keyword. Legend, observe carefully, sir. Def is the keyword. Sir, what is the function name? Square it I'm taking. Any name you can use, no problem. Square it. Sir, compulsory this function is taking some number as input. Have you observed? So write a function to take a number as input. Just I'm taking NUM. Okay, like. So now what is the square value? How you can print a square value? SQ is equal to num into num. Okay, now square value is available inside SQ, sir. Now print of the square of num, the square of num, okay, is sir, SQ, like. Do you know replacement operator? We use it already, right? The square of, sir, first replacement is like dot format of, okay, like. Sir, the square of, what is this one, sir? Sir, num. So this value is available inside num. Okay, the square of num is, square value is available inside SQ. That's why I'm taking SQ, like. That's all. Sir, I will write a function which can take a number as the input and it's going to print the square of its value, right? Okay. Now let me call this function. Okay, square it of 2 I'm taking. Square it of 2. Now 2 will become num value. Sir, SQ means 2 into 2, 4. The square of 2 is 4. Like this it's going to print, sir. Sir, same way you can take square it sir, square it of 3. Square it of 3. Next square it some 7. Like any number you can pass. Now the corresponding square value will be printed. This function is responsible for that. Have a look once. Here my requirement is, let me write the function, sir. Okay. Here def square it, like this I'm taking num in that. So find the square of given number. Num into num I'm taking. Square is equal to num into num. Sir, print the square of, okay, is okay, like. Sir, dot format the square of input number NUM and like this, right? Sir, have you remembered, right? So in the first replacement operator, num value will be placed. So second replacement operator, s square value will be placed, sir. Okay, like now here just observe the square it of 4 I am taking. Square it of 4. Now observe this 4 will become num value, and the square means num into num means 16. Now the square of 4 is 16. Happily it is going to print, sir. Observe carefully. Here I am taking the square of 4 is 16. Perfectly valid, sir. Now I am taking square of 5. Square of 5. Now what the answer we will get, sir? Now have a look once. The square of 5 is 25. Like, sir, you can pass any number, no problem at all. 7 I am taking, sir. 7. The square of 7 is 49. The square of 7 is 49. Like, sir, now my question is, how many times we are writing the function? Can you please confirm? How many times we are writing the function? Only once. Only once. But how many times we are calling that function? Multiple times. So code reusability is the biggest advantage of function concept. Any doubt about this one? Clear for all of you, right? So how you can define a function which can take some number, which can take some input, and how to use that? Clear, right? Sir, up to this, we had a discussion about parameters, basic idea, right? Now let me talk about return statement. Okay, return statement, right? So a function can return some value. Okay, based on business logic executed by function, it can return some value. Best examples are, assume I have some function is there. It is taking some inputs, right? Assume it is taking some inputs. Now it will do some business logic. At last, based on this business logic, I will get some result. This result I have to return result like this, right? So who is going to use this result? Regarding this function, sir, taking some input, perform some logic, and return some result. Who is going to use this result? The person who is calling this function, that person is going to use this result. Take a bit very special care, sir. Okay, let me go for a small example, then you will get much clarity. Here, have a look once. Write a function to accept two numbers as input and return sum. Are you getting? To accept two numbers as input and return sum. This is my requirement, right? How you can write the logic for that? Very simple. Observe DEF. I am defining function. The function name, let me take yard. Next, it should take how many numbers, right? Two numbers as input. That's why A comma B I am taking. Okay, two input values are there. Now I have to return sum. That's why sum is equal to A plus B. Sir, I am trying to perform A plus B. The result I am saving inside sum. Now return sum like this, right? Okay, perfect example. It is taking some input, perform some business logic, and return the result. Okay, return sum like this, right? Okay. Now, sir, this is the function. I want to call this function. Who is going to use this return value? The caller. Who is calling this function? That person can use. Now, take very special care. What is the name of the function? Yard. Yard is always going to take how many arguments? 2 arguments. Now I am taking yard 10 comma 20 I am taking. That's all. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Ayo, respond. Is it valid or invalid? Okay, 100% pakka. Is it valid or invalid? Invalid, sir. Because this function returns something, but you didn't hold that return value. That's why we are going to get the error, like some people are going to fail. Correct, right? If any person is telling like this, I will give left and right. Remember that. Because if a function returns something, there is no compulsion, compulsory you have to capture that return value. I'm not interested to hold return value, then automatically you are not required to do that. 100% pakka, this one is valid, sir, but what output we are going to get? Nothing, because return value you didn't use in your code, that's why we won't get any output, sir. Observe carefully. Here let me take this example. Here I want to write the function. What is the function name? Add okay, a comma b, okay, in that sum is equal to a plus b. I'm taking sum is equal to a plus b. Return here just return sum, okay, like that's also. So this is how to define a function. Perfect example, sir. So it is taking some parameter, even it is written something like, okay, now I want to call this add by passing 10 comma 20. Regarding by passing 10 comma 20, I'm calling. So even this function returns some value. Sorry, I'm not going to hold, I'm not going to use that. No problem, itself is acceptable. Okay, observe, we are not getting any output, at the same time we are not getting any error also. Perfectly itself is valid. So any doubt about this terminology, right? Okay, that's all. Next, my requirement is, observe, sir, I want to hold returned value. Okay, sir, what I'm taking, just a call add of 10 comma 20, add of 10 comma 20, it returns something, that the returned value I'm holding by using result is equal to add of 10 comma 20. Whenever you are calling add, now the function will be executed. This function returns something, that return value I saved inside the result. Okay, now print of the result, print of the sum. Okay, print of the sum like just where the sum is available inside result. Okay, like so I call a function return value I saved inside a variable. Now I'm using that variable in the remaining code. Itself is acceptable, right? Sir, instead of saving inside a variable, directly you can use here also. Now observe, print of the sum, print of the sum. Here directly you can call add of 100 comma 200. Now this function will be executed. This function returns some value, that returned value will be printed here. Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, this is what you should aware about the function, right? Okay, have a look once. Sir, I'm taking just the result is equal to add of 10 comma 20. Result is equal to add of 10 comma 20. Okay, print of the sum, print of the sum is sir, just I'm taking result, print of the sum result, like this I'm taking, sir. Now have a look once, the sum, what is the sum value we are getting, sir? 30 itself is the sum value, right? Now instead of that I can take the sum is add of 100 comma 200, like this directly, sir. Whenever we are taking add of 100 comma 200, now this function will be executed. This function returns some value, that return value will be printed directly by using this print statement. Yes, what answer we are going to get, sir? The sum 30, the sum 300, like perfectly itself is valid. Are you in the position to understand, right? So how you can return a value and how you can use that return value in our code. Okay, clear, right? A function can return some result, the caller can use this result, right? But here one small doubt is there about this function. Take very special care, sir. What's my next important point? Take special care about this one. Sir, I want to define a function. Now how I'm defining, sir? Observe carefully. DEF F1. So of course this function won't take any argument, F1. Now print of hello, like this I'm taking. Sir, that's all. This is my function. This function won't take any argument. Next, this function won't return anything also. Okay, like now what I want to call this function. I'm calling this function as x is equal to f1. X is equal to f1. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Yes, I am calling this function. The returned value I am saving inside x. The returned value of this function I am saving inside x. Now I have to print the return value. The return value is x. Wow, wonderful. Is it valid or invalid? I hope you have some basic idea. So immediately the people are going to tell, sir, invalid, sir. Array, this function won't return anything. So if it is not going to return anything, how you can use sir x to hold that return type? Okay, that's why we are going to get the error, like some people are going to fail. No, perfectly it is valid. It's a valid code. The reason for that is, if you are not writing return statement explicitly, then the function is going to return default value. The default return value is none. Are you getting? What is the default return value? None. Then which value will be stored inside XSR? None will be stored. Remember this one. So what is the default return value for the function? None. If you are not writing return statement explicitly, then default value will be returned by every function. What is the default value, sir? None is the default value. Now if I call x is equal to f1, sir, f1 means hello will be printed. F1 means hello will be printed. That function return none. That none value will be stored inside x. Now the return value none, like we are going to get. Now observe carefully. Let me take this function, sir. def f1 print hello, like this I am taking, sir. That's all. Now x is equal to f1. X is equal to f1, sir. Print of the return value, the return value, like this I am taking x, sir. The return value x. Now observe carefully. Because of f1 execution, hello printed. Next the return value. What is that return value, sir? None. Take very special care about this one, sir. So every function in Python returns some value. It may be explicitly returned value or default value by the Python. What is the default value, sir? None itself is the default value. Everyone can understand, right? So what is the default value? What is the default return value for the function? If you are not using any return statement explicitly, none is the value. That's all. Sir, the next example, write a function to find the factorial of given positive int value. Sir, I want to take very basic example. Okay, assuming that this function is always going to take positive int value only, we are passing that. Sir, how to find factorial value? Do you know? I want to find 4 factorial. Can you please tell what is the way? How to find 4 factorial? Means recursion. There is some concept is the recursion, but we don't know about recursive functions. Later we will talk about that. But as of now, normal code I want to write. Sir, 4 factorial means 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. What about its value, sir? 24. Are you getting 24? Next, 3 factorial means 3 into 2 into 1. Its value is the 6. I hope you know this is the way, sir. So starts from that number until 1. Can you please keep on multiply? Then obviously our number we are going to get. Okay, like how you can write the function. But I don't know recursion. If you use recursion, it will become very simple, right? Now observe carefully. Here I am taking def factorial. Okay, like now here I am taking some num, so provided value. Assume this number is the positive int value only passed. That's why we are not required to validate whether it is the negative number, whether it is the 0 or not, ignore. Now my target is, sir, result is equal to 1. Result is equal to 1 I am taking, sir. Next, while num is greater than or equal to 1. Sir, if the number greater than or equal to 1, now result is equal to result into num. Okay, result into num. Can you please multiply by this num to the result? Okay, next num is equal to num minus 1. That's all, sir. So this while loop is the responsible to find the factorial. Okay, now return result like this, right? So that's all. The function, factorial function got completed, sir. Sir, how it is going to work? Can you please explain with a small logic, like you may ask? Suppose I want to find 3 factorial, sir. Now listen very carefully. 3 factorial I want to find. Now num is the 3. What is the num value? Num is the 3, sir. 3. Now result is 1. Result is 1 currently. While num greater than or equal to 1. Yes, 3 greater than or equal to 1 satisfied. Result is equal to result into num. So 1 into 3, sir. This is the result. Now num is equal to num minus 1. Now num value will become 2, sir. Again while loop will repeat. 2 greater than or equal to 1. Yes. Sir, now result is equal to result into num. Already result into num is the 2 currently. Now num is equal to num minus 1. Now num value will become 1. 1 greater than or equal to 1. 1 greater than or equal to 1. Satisfied. Result is equal to result into num. Sir, num currently 1. Now num is equal to num minus 1. 0, sir. 0. If num 0 is greater than or equal to 1, not satisfied, return result. What is the result value? 3 into 2 into 1, 6 will be returned. That's all. So starts from number, keep on multiply until 1. Now factorial value we are going to get. That's all, sir. Sir, how you can call this one? Okay, very simple, very simple, sir. What I am taking? Print of the factorial of 3 is the factorial of 3 is okay, just let me call factorial of 3, sir. The factorial of 3 is factorial of 3, just I am trying to call. Okay, that's all. So simply it is going to print the factorial of 3 is a 6, something like this, right? Let me cross check here. Have a look once about this code, sir. Observe carefully. Now I am taking DEF factorial, okay, of num I am taking, sir, of num. Just the result is equal to 1. Okay, sir, while num greater than or equal to 1. If the num is greater than or equal to 1, okay, result is equal to result into num. Result is equal to result into num. So return result, sir. But anyway, num value compulsory we require to decrement. Num is equal to num minus 1. That's all, sir. This is the function. What it is going to take some number, yeah, the input, and return factorial value. Perfect example, sir. Taking some input and return some output, right? Okay, return some value. Now print of the factorial. Okay, the factorial of 3 is the factorial of 3 is sir, let me take factorial of 3, sir. Factorial of 3 is factorial of 3, like this I am taking, sir. Now observe a bit very carefully about this one, sir. Observe. Yes, what the answer? The factorial of 3 is 6. I'm trying to get, sir. Okay, now sir, the factorial of 4 I am taking. The factorial of 4 I am taking. What is the answer we will get, sir? Observe carefully. The factorial of, sorry, here just the factorial of 4. The factorial of 4 is what that answer is. Just observe carefully. The factorial of 3 is 6. The factorial of 4 is 24. Like this we are going to get. Sir, are you in the position to understand? This is the very basic version of factorial function. But there is one concept, recursion concept is there. There we will talk about that. As of now, don't worry about this one, sir. Next one more. A small. I want to find multiple values factorial. What I want to take is, observe carefully, sir. Here, just my code I'm taking. For I in range of 1 to 6. For I in range of 1 to 6 means 1 to 5. So for 1 to 5 all factorials I want to find, sir. Print of the factorial of I is the factorial of I is, sir, first argument I, the second argument is the factorial of I is just call factorial function by passing I value. That's all. Print the factorial of I is factorial of I, the result. Sir, do you know first time 1, the factorial of 1 is 1. Sir, next time 2, the factorial of 2 is 2. The factorial of 3 is 6. The factorial of 4 is 24. The factorial of 5 is some 120 something like. It's going to print, sir. Let me execute this code. Have a look once. Instead of taking like this, just a for loop I want to take. For I in range of 1 to 6. Print of the factorial. Sir, the factorial of I is the factorial of I is like, sir, now factorial of I value like this, right? Sir, instead of this one, string of formation with the replacement operator also you can use, no problem at all, sir. Now here I'm taking, let me execute this code. The factorial of 1 is 1. The factorial of 2, 2. The factorial of 3, 6. The factorial of 4, 24. The factorial of 5, 120. Is the answer we are going to get. Sir, that's all. This is a simple function. How you can write, how you can find factorials, right? Any doubt about this terminology? Clear? Now I hope everyone got basic idea how you can define a function, how it is going to take input, next how it is going to return some value, right? Sir, just observe keyword arguments, right? So I have to pass values, arguments by keyword, by parameter name. Such type of arguments are called keyword argument. Sir, can you please explain with an example? Yes, very simple, sir. Let me take same example. Okay, DEF sub A comma B. DEF sub A comma B. Okay, now the point here is print A minus B. Same function I'm taking, sir. Function is the same. Now I want to call this function, okay? Sub A. If I can take 200 comma 100. If I can take 200 comma 100 positional arguments, you know, because directly I'm providing the values. Now, sir, this 200 is which variable value? A variable value. 100 is which variable value? B variable value. Based on the position, these values will be considered. Okay, that's why these are positional arguments, right? Sir, now what I want to take is, you can pass values by keyword also, by parameter name. Such a type of arguments are called keyword arguments, right? Sir, what it means? Very simple. Sir, A is equal to 200, B is equal to 100. Are you getting? A is equal to 200, B is equal to 100. Means you are passing value by keyword. We are passing value by keyword, by parameter name. These arguments are by default considered as what? Okay, keyword arguments. So are you getting right? I'm passing 200 by parameter name A, by keyword A. That's why it is the keyword argument, right? Now 200, 100. Happily, do you know 200 minus 100 means 100 we are going to get, sir. Now the biggest important point is, suppose I'm taking like this, sub of B is equal to 100, A is equal to 200. Sir, B value please consider 100, A value please consider 200. Now is there any problem? Yes, we are specifying by keyword. Then in which order you are taking, we are not required to worry, because you specified, boss please consider 100 as the B value, 200 for A value, like you are telling that. That's why in keyword argument, okay, just order is not important. Okay, remember, now also we are going to get the same output only. Now just have a look once. Here I'm taking same function df. Now just I have to take sub a is equal to 200 comma b is equal to 100, sir. A is equal to 100 comma b is equal to 100. Now what the answer we are getting? 100 we are getting, sir. Now I'm taking sub of, now just sub of, sir, b is equal to 100 I'm taking, a is equal to 200 I'm taking, sir. B is equal to 100, a is equal to 200, like what is the answer we are going to get, sir? Yes, perfect, 100 we are going to get. So even you change order, regarding even you change order, there is no change in the result. Result is always 100 only. I hope you people can understand, right? But number of arguments must be important, sir. Sir, sub of a is equal to 200 you took, but here you didn't pass b value, then immediately it is going to object about b, right? Okay, so in keyword arguments, order is important or not important? Not important, but the number is always important. Now you are getting basic idea about keyword arguments, right? Any doubt? Sir, do you know keyword arguments are most commonly used arguments in Python, sir? Really, these are very helpful. What is the reason for that? A simple example I want to suggest. Sir, in Java, we are not having any such type of facility. Suppose assume I have one Java class is there, sir. Class tester. Okay, class tester. I have some Java class. Assume that I have a method is there, sir. Method is there. Now it is taking first argument, okay, string name of the student. String name of the student. Second argument, int roll number. Third argument I'm taking int marks. Int marks. Next string, okay, mother name. Okay, mother name. Next string father name. Like there is some method is there. Assume that. Can you please tell how many arguments are there? Sir, name, roll number, marks, mother name and father name. Like 5 arguments are available. Like assume that girlfriend name, first girlfriend name, second girlfriend name, or first wife name, second wife name. Like you can consider. Okay, multiple arguments are there, sir. Now I want to call this method. In Java, sir. Do you know whenever we are calling this method, okay, compulsory, sir, what is the first argument? The total method prototype should be there in your mind. What is the first argument? Name, sir, name. Okay, like we have to take a name Durga, like. Okay, next roll number, sir, assume. So compulsory roll number 101. Next, what is the third argument? I have to check every time based on that the marks are 100. What is the father name? Okay, or mother name? Some XYZ, some ABC. Like I have to take. So have you observed, right? You require to pass compulsory based on the order. By mistake, I forgot the order. Then compiler is there to give left and right. But in Python, we are not having any such type of problem. What the reason is? Array, I'm taking, sir, assume it is a Python function. Assume Python function. Now I'm taking, okay, mother name is equal to XYZ. Okay, father name is equal to ABC. Father name is equal to ABC. Next, name is equal to Durga. Name is equal to Durga. Next, roll number is equal to 101. Marks is equal to 100. Like so, you can provide values by keyword, by parameter name. This type of facility available only for Python, but not for C language, C++ or Java. Are you in the position to understand, right? That is the biggest advantage of keyword arguments. If a huge number of arguments are there, so remembering order, providing values based on that order is always difficult to the caller. Sir, you are not required to worry order, but compulsory you have to provide all values. Okay, I'm sure. Which data you have to provide? Name I have to provide, father name, mother name, next roll number, and then marks. 5 values you have to provide. Sir, in which order? Array, you can follow any order. You can follow any order. Is the more flexibility to the programmer, right? Now I'm taking mother name, next father name, next name, roll number, marks. So I forgot. Okay, next time what I want to take, first name, and then roll number, and then marks, next father name, next mother name. Array, you can take in any order, but at last, are you provided 5 values or not? That is important. This flexibility we are going to get because of what? Keyword arguments. Are you in a position to understand, right? Now take very special care why these keyword arguments are most commonly used arguments, right? Any doubt? Now observe, very important point I want to conclude about the positional arguments and keyword arguments. Take very special care. Here just observe this. I'm taking a function def, okay, sub a comma b. Same function I'm taking multiple times, right? Print a minus b. Okay, this is my function, sir. I want to call this function, okay, 1 here, sub of 200 comma 100. First way, positional arguments acceptable. Sir, a value will become 200, b value will become 100. Now sub of a is equal to 200, b is equal to 100. Yes, these are keyword arguments acceptable. Now I'm taking sub of a is equal to 200 comma 100. Are you getting? A is equal to 200 comma 100. Sub of, okay, sir, 200 comma b is equal to 100, like this I'm taking. Can you please tell, among these 4 method calls, I mean function calls, which are valid, which are invalid, sir? Yes, first 2 perfectly valid. Yes, we discussed already. What about remaining 2 things? Can I use the word? All are valid. The remaining 2 are also valid. Huh? The remaining 2 also. A value is the 200. Next 100. What is the remaining? 100. B. That's why B value 100. Next here 200, but B value is the 100 like. So take a bit very special care about this terminology. What is that point is? Okay. Among these 2, one is valid, but the other one is invalid. Sir, which is valid, which is invalid? The conclusion is, we can use positional arguments and keyword arguments simultaneously. No problem at all. So if you are not using keyword, it's the positional argument. If you are using keyword, it is the keyword argument. Is it possible to use both simultaneously? Yes, both simultaneously you can use. But whenever we are using both simultaneously, compulsory rule is there. First we have to take positional arguments and then we have to take keyword arguments, right? Okay, first we have to take positional arguments and then we have to take keyword argument. Sir, that's why this one is the valid. But keyword argument first and then positional argument, immediately syntax error we are going to get. Are you getting? Immediately syntax error we are going to get, sir. So here, do you know, after keyword arguments, we can't take positional argument. First we have to take positional arguments. After that we have to take a keyword arguments. Everyone can able to understand? Please confirm. Keyword and positional. Which arguments we have to take whenever we are using both simultaneously? First positional and then keyword arguments, right? So after taking keyword arguments, we can't take positional arguments. By mistake, if you are taking, immediately error we are going to get, sir. So please inject this point very strongly in your mind. Okay, have a look once. We can use both the positional arguments and keyword argument simultaneously. Yes, no problem at all. But first we have to take positional arguments and then keyword arguments, right? So that is after keyword arguments, we can't take positional arguments. Rule is very strict, very clear, sir. Now let me check this one. Have a look once. Sir, I'm taking the same example. Same example I want to take. Here just observe carefully. Sub I'm taking 200 comma 100. Perfectly it is the valid. Sub I'm taking, okay, A is equal to 200 comma B is equal to 100. Yes, it is also valid, sir. Have a look once. In both cases, happily the output we are going to get 100. No issue at all, valid, sir. Now I'm taking sub of, okay, 100 comma b is equal to 200. It is also valid. First positional argument, next keyword argument you are taking. First positional argument and then keyword argument. So it is valid, sir. Yes, no issue at all, sir. Here 200 b is equal to 100, like first positional and then keyword argument. Yes, it is the valid. 100 is the answer. Perfectly, it is the valid, sir. Now the next one I'm taking sub of, okay, here a is equal to 200 comma 100 I'm taking, sir. So first I'm taking keyword argument and then positional argument. Immediately error we are going to get. Can you please have a look once? What is that error, sir? Syntax error. Syntax error. Positional argument follows keyword argument, means after keyword argument you are taking positional argument. This syntax is not allowed in the Python. Immediately error we are going to get. Everyone can aware? Are you in the position to understand, right? So what is the default, what is the keyword argument, positional argument? Is it possible to use both simultaneously? If you are using both simultaneously, then which arguments we have to take first? First positional and then keyword arguments. Any doubt about this terminology? Clear, right? Sir, in the last videos we covered very clearly about data structures, collections concept we completed, right? Now the next topic, new chapter, what I have to start, functions concept, right? A beautiful concept, sir. Sir, a bit lengthy concept, so compulsory you people should get much clarity about this concept. The people who are planning for certification, do you know, from this topic especially 10 to 15 questions you can expect, because it is a commonly required in our day-to-day coding functions concept. That's why more concentration must be required. So now first, what is function? What is the purpose of function? Okay, suppose just let me consider my code, sir. I don't want to use any functions. A is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. Okay, a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. Now I want to print the sum. The sum is a plus b. Next, print of the difference. Print of the difference. Difference is a minus b. A minus b. Next, print of, okay, the product. The product is a into b. I'm taking, sir. A into b, like this, right? Sir, here observe, a minus b. I don't want to see negative value. That's why a is 20 I'm taking, b is 10 I'm taking, right? Sir, now after some time, happily it's going to print the result. After some time, my requirement is a is equal to 100, b is equal to, a is equal to 200, b is equal to 100. A is equal to 200, b is equal to 100. Print of again the sum. Again the sum, a plus b. Next, print of, okay, the difference. The difference, here just observe, the difference a minus b. Print of, okay, the product. Print of the product is a into b, like this I'm taking. Sir, whatever code I'm taking here, the same code I'm taking, because that is my next requirement, right? Sir, after this, my next requirement is a is equal to, sir, 2000. A is equal to 2000. B is equal to 1000, sir. A is equal to 2000, B is equal to 1000. Again, I require to print, okay, the sum. The sum is a plus b. A plus b. Next, print of the difference. Print of the difference. The difference is a minus b. Next, print of the product. Print of the product. The product is a into b, like this I'm taking. So now observe, happily this code is going to work, no problem at all. The sum is a plus b means 30. Next, a minus b, 20 minus 10, 10. A into b is a 200, like we are going to get. But now B 200 and 100, then the sum 300. Next the difference 100. Next the product is sum 20,000. Like this we are going to get, sir. Next same here also. A plus B means 3,000. A minus B means 1,000. Next and after that here, okay, 3. Here the product 2 followed by 6 zeros. Okay, sir, this is the answer what we are going to get. Perfectly it is the valid, sir. Let me execute first. Is it valid or not? And then what is function? What is the advantage of function? Which problem we are going to resolve by using functions? That part I will discuss. Just let me show this code. Observe carefully, sir. A is equal to 20. I'm taking A is equal to 20. B is equal to 10, sir. Print of the sum. Print of the sum is A plus B. Print of the sum is A plus B. I'm taking. Next, print of the difference. Print of the difference. The difference A minus B. I'm taking A minus B. Next, print of the product. The product, okay, like the product like A into B. I'm taking, sir. That's all, sir. This is first level. Perfectly, it's going to work, sir. Now let me execute this code. Have a look once. Let me execute this code. The sum 30, the difference 10, and the product 200. Perfectly, it's going to work, sir. Sir, after some time, my requirement is A is equal to 200, B is equal to 100, sir. Now I want to print the same things, right? Now let me copy paste. Let me copy paste. Yes, perfectly we are going to get the sum 300, the difference 100, the product 2000, like we are going to get, sir. Next, after some time, my requirement is A is equal to sum 2000, B is equal to 1000. Now I have to print the sum A plus B, next A minus B, A into B, like I want to print, sir. Now observe, let me execute this code. Yes, perfect. The sum 3000, okay, like we are going to get, sir. Now, can you please observe how many lines of the code I wrote here? 15 lines of the code. The number you can able to see, sir. How many lines of the code we are using? 15 lines of the code. Yes, there is a big flaw is there in this code. There is a big problem is there in this code. What the problem is? Have you observed, sir? This code under this code, okay, this print statement is the common same statements only we are repeating in our program. If a group of statements repeatedly required, never recommended to write this group of statements separately. Are you getting right? So within our program, if any group of statements repeatedly required, never recommended to write this group of statements. Never recommended to write this group of statements independently, separately. Right? What is the problem? Length of the code is going to increase. Readability is going to be down. That's why where is the code reusability? Code reusability is not there. Length of the code is going to increase and the readability will be down because of duplicate code. How you can solve these problems, sir? Very simple. We have to define, sir, such a type of repeatedly required code as a single unit and just call that unit wherever that code is required. Okay? How you can do, sir? Just observe a bit very carefully, sir. Sir, here in these 3 lines, what function I am doing? Okay, my function is A plus B, A minus B, A into B, like some calculations I am doing, sir. Now, what I am taking? Just observe very carefully, sir. D, E, F. Sir, which word I am using? D, E, F. What it means I will explain soon. Don't worry. Sir, calculate. Okay? D, E, F. Calculate, comma, A, comma, B, sir. Calculate of A, comma, B. Now, print the sum. Print the sum, okay? A plus B. Print the difference. Print the difference is A minus B. Next, print of the product. Print of the product is A into B, like this, right? Sir, calculate A comma B, the sum, the difference, the product, like this I'm taking, sir. Now, sir, just I'm writing this code only once. Only once. Wherever this code is required, just call this calculate. Automatically, this code will come, this code will be performed, the results will be printed, sir. Sir, I want for A is the 20, B is the 10. A is the 20, B is the 10. I want this activity, right? Now, what I have to do? Just call calculate of 20 comma 10. Calculate 20 comma 10. Now, sir, A value will become 20, B value will become 10. With this 20 and 10, these print statements will be executed. Now you can see the result, right? Now just observe carefully, right? Sir, what code I wrote here? Just let me copy this code. Okay, let me copy. Sir, here DEF calculate. Are you getting? DEF calculate. Okay, just I'm taking calculate, DEF calculate A comma B, sir. A comma B. Next, sir, print of the sum A plus B. Next, the difference A minus B. The product like this, right? Now, my requirement is just call calculate. Just call calculate of 20 comma 10. Just call calculate of 20 comma 10. Now observe a bit very carefully. Yes, the sum 30, the difference 10, the product 200 like this, right? So which code repeatedly required? That code I'm writing separately. So inside a special syntax. Now I want to call wherever these lines of the code is required. So 2010, happily this is executed, right? Now 200, 100 I want to do. So just again calculate of 200, 100. Are you getting? Again calculate of 200, 100. Like now again with 200, 100, this code will be executed, right? Sir, my requirement again I want for 2000, 1000, 2000, 1000. Again this code will be executed. So everyone in the position to understand clearly, right? Take a bit special care about this syntax, right? Okay. So how many times we are writing this code? Please confirm. How many times we are writing this code? Only once. But how many times I am calling that code? Multiple times. So repeatedly required code, write only once and call that code as many number of times. Okay. So what is the biggest advantage of this approach? This approach advantage is code reusability. Let me execute this code. Sir, I'm taking just calculate of 200 comma 100. 200 comma 100. Yes, this is the result of our 2010. This is the result of our 200 followed by 100. Next, calculate 2000, 1000, 1000 like this, right? Now observe, sir, here this is the result. This is the result for 2000 followed by 1000 like this, right? So how many times we are writing this code? Only once, sir. Only once. Next, how many times we are calling this code? Any number of times based on our requirement. Earlier 15 lines of the code, but the same program now it came only 7 lines of the code. Have you observed, right? Almost half of the length of the code, half length got reduced, right? So this piece of code, what we wrote repeatedly required code, this unit itself is nothing but function. Okay, get the basic idea. But how to define function, how to worry about parameters, return type, all those we will discuss in detail. Just whatever the syntax here I used is a function. Okay, how many times we are writing the function? Only once. But how many times we are calling that function? Multiple times. Sir, this syntax itself is nothing but function. Can you please tell what is the biggest advantage of function? Respond. What is the main advantage of function concept? The biggest advantage of functions concept is code reusability. Are you getting? Write once, call any number of times, use any number of times based on our requirement without rewriting this total code again and again. This is the advantage of functions, right? Now observe, without a function, how much code I have to write? But the same thing with the function, how much code I have to write? Sir, I hope you people are in the position to identify, right? Okay, so every programming language contain these functions concepts, sir, but maybe terminology may be different, sir. So in some languages we can use the word methods. In C++, Java, we can use the word methods. In some languages we can use the word procedures. Do you know SQL? Like some languages we are using procedures. In some languages we are using subroutines, subroutines, like sir, anyway, all these different terminology, but language to language, sir, terminology may be varied, but internal concept is always the same. Sir, can you please tell what is a function? A group of repeatedly required statement is a function. Next, what is the main advantage of function concept? Code reusability. Clear, right? So almost length of the code will be reduced by half. More readability you can get. There is no duplicate code. This is the biggest advantage of functions concept. So everyone got basic idea what is function, what is advantage. But don't worry much about this syntax. We will discuss in detail in the next videos. Try to get just the only basic idea. Array, what is the advantage of function? That's all. Code reusability. Any doubt? Clear? Hi friends, in the last video we covered how a function can return multiple values. Now the next concept, very important concept I have to discuss, types of arguments. Are you getting what is the concept name? Types of arguments concept, right? Sir, it is very simple. Just observe. I have def f1. I have a function, sir, f1, a comma b are the arguments. Sir, the f1 of a comma b are the arguments, right? Sir, now my target is, sir, I'm doing something. Okay, print a plus b, Now I want to call that function 10, 20. Of course, you people are already familiar. Next up you can call a function. Now take a bit very special care about this one, sir. Here a comma b 10, 20. These 10, 20 are by default considered as actual arguments. Sir, what arguments we are passing? I'm passing 10, 20 actual arguments, right? Next, a comma b is considered as formal parameters. Are you getting right? What is this one? Formal parameters, variables. So for the function, whatever variables we are taking, these things are considered as parameters. Next, whatever the values, original values we are passing, these are called original arguments or actual arguments, right? But interchangeably. So these things are considered as arguments, these things are considered as parameters, like don't worry at all. So either argument or parameter interchangeably we can use, but strictly speaking these are arguments. Which arguments you are passing, next these arguments will be assigned to which parameters. Remember these ones are strictly speaking these are parameters, these are arguments, but interchangeably you can use anything. Some people may pronounce as what is the first argument A, what is the second argument B. Here what is the first value you are passing, first argument you are passing 10, like arguments, parameters interchangeably you can use, no problem at all. Now in Python there are 4 types of arguments are there, or parameters are there. What is the first one, sir? Positional arguments. Very, very important, sir. What is the first one? Can you please spell out? Positional arguments. First one, positional arguments. What is the second one, sir? Keyword arguments. Okay. Second one, keyword arguments. First one, positional arguments. Second one, keyword arguments. Third one, sir. Third one, do you know, sir, default arguments. default arguments is the third one. Next, the fourth one, variable length arguments. Are you getting variable length arguments like this, right? Variable length arguments like so. What is the first one? Positional arguments. What is the second one? Keyword arguments. What is the third one? Default arguments. What is the fourth one? Variable length arguments. These are four types of arguments which are allowed in the Python. Now we have to perform post-mortem on each and every argument in detail. Sir, very important concept. Even in the next sessions also, we are going to use these arguments very clearly. That's why compulsory you should have clear clarity about these things. Any doubt up to these? How many types of arguments are there? Just the four types we have to discuss in detail. Sir, now just observe the first type of argument, positional arguments, right? So what it means positional? The name itself indicates position. Positions are order, place. Okay, now I am taking a simple function def. Okay, sub function I am taking a comma b. Just observe, sub function I am taking a comma b. Now here print of, okay, a minus b I am taking. So it's a simple, I am taking sub function print a minus b like. Now I want to call this function sub of 200 comma 100 I am taking. Now take very special care, 200 comma 100. Now my doubt is this code will work or not? Yes? What there? It is expecting two arguments. I am providing two arguments. Yes, definitely it's going to work. 200 minus 100 means 100 is the output you are going to get, sir. 100 itself is the output we are going to get. I am sure it's going to work, sir. Now the point here is, so which is a value and which is the b value? Can you please confirm? Sir, a comma b, these are the parameters, and I am passing 200 comma 100 arguments, right? Which is a value, which is the b value? So a value is 200, b value is 100. 200 minus 100, 100 is the result. So a value 200, b value 100. Okay, 200 minus 100 is nothing but 100 is the result. Now my question is, who told you a is 200, b is 100? How you can conclude a is the 200 and b is 100? Yes, even it's correct, but how you are concluding? Yes, you are going to tell order. Sir, here first variable a, that's why a value is the 200. Second variable is the b, that's why b value is the 100 line. So the arguments which are passing to the function in the correct positional order, these arguments are by default considered as positional arguments. Remember this one, sir. So positional, the arguments which are passing to the function in the correct positional order. Sir, first value, second value, like these arguments are by default considered, yeah, positional arguments. Remember this one, sir. So in the positional arguments, order is important, sir. If you interchange order, the result may be changed. Suppose sub of, instead of 200 comma 100, now I am taking 100 comma 200, sir. Now suddenly a value will become 100, b value will become 200. So a minus b, 100 minus 200, sir, now I am going to get minus 100 instead of 100. Are you getting right? In positional arguments, the order of arguments is important. Remember, so first passed value will be considered to the first argument, second passed value will be considered to the second argument, right? So order is important or not? Yes. If you change order, the result also will be changed. Just have a look once. Here I am taking, so just observe carefully. Now def sub function I am taking, sir, a comma b, a comma b, sir. Now print of a minus b, print of a minus b. Now I am calling sub of, sir, here 20, sub of 200 comma 100 like this I am taking, sir. Yes, sir, perfect. Now 200 will become a value and 100 will become b value. The arguments which are passing in the correct positional order, these arguments by default considered as positional arguments, right? Sir, now can you please tell what is the output we are going to get, sir? Here observe that 100 is the answer we are going to get. Suppose by mistake, if I change order, first I'm taking 100, but now I'm taking 200, sir. First I'm taking 100, now I'm taking 200. Now observe a bit very carefully. Now you are going to get, sir, minus 100. Okay, now you are going to get what? Minus 100, you are going to get, sir. So the important point is, in the positional arguments, the order of arguments is very important, sir. These are the argument what generally we are using, sir. Not required to keep much explanation, sir. First provided value will become first argument value, sir. Second parameter value, second provided value, right? Next, suppose I am taking like, sir, sub of 100 only I am taking. Sub of 100 only I am taking. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Respond, invalid. The reason is, first value will be assigned to A. Sir, what is the B value? What is the B value? That's why missing positional argument, sir, B value. Correct or not? For positional argument B, what value you are passing? That's why it is missing the value. So number of arguments is also important. Order of arguments is also important, sir. Now let me execute here. Just I'm taking sub 100 I'm taking, sir. So only one argument I'm passing. If I pass only one argument, what will happen? Have a look once, sir. Now just observe very carefully, sir. This line is very important. Type error, sub, missing one, required positional argument B. Sir, you didn't pass a positional argument B value. That's why it is going to raise a type error, sir. So are you seeing official terminology? Positional argument. Remember this one, sir. The arguments which are passing in the correct positional order, these arguments are called positional arguments. In the case of positional arguments, compulsory order is important. If you change order, result will be changed, sir. Next, the number of arguments also compulsory should be matched. If a function expecting 2 arguments, now you should provide only 2 values. If it is expecting 3 arguments, you should provide 3 values, right? By mistake, in the number of arguments, if there is any change, immediately you will get what? Type error. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, what is the meaning of? Positional arguments? Sir, now I will explain keyword arguments. Sir, in the last video, we covered very clearly what is function, what is the main advantage of function, code reusability. That's all. Sir, now how many types of functions are there in Python? So Python contains 2 types of functions, right? So there are some functions which are coming automatically with the Python software. Sir, once we install Python, there are some functions which are coming automatically with the Python software. These functions are called built-in functions or predefined functions. So first category, built-in functions are predefined functions. Sir, do you know these functions provided by Python automatically? Once we install Python, these functions are available happily in your program. We can use such a type of automatically Python provided inbuilt functions are these, right? Can you please give an example? Yes. In our last video, almost plenty of built-in functions we used, sir. Best example, ID. Have you remembered, right? ID function, to know address of an object. Next, to know type of object. Okay, like to print some data. Print is the function. Next, do you know to read input? Input is the function. To perform typecasting, eval is the function, right? Sir, all these things are by default considered as built-in functions or predefined functions, right? Sir, now second one. So sometimes our programming requirement, so to meet our programming requirement, built-in function may not available. Are you getting? So my requirement is, boss, I want to find some difference altogether. Okay, is there any such type of built-in function may not available? If a built-in function not available, we have flexibility. We can define our own functions to meet our programming requirement. Such type of functions are called user-defined functions user defined functions, okay, user defined functions or customized functions. User defined functions or customized functions, right? So the functions which are defined explicitly by the programmer to meet the programming requirement, such type of functions are called user defined functions or customized functions, right? Sir, in the last example, have you remembered, right? We define calculate function. Sir, observe the code. I hope it is there. Have you observed? Def calculate. This calculate function, sir, who wrote this one? Not Python inbuilt function. This is my own definition of the function. Such type of function is by default considered as what? Okay, user defined or customized function, sir. Sir, in this, which is the function? Which is the function, sir? Do you know? This thing itself is function. Remember this one. So how to define? What is the syntax? We will discuss, right? This type of functions are by default considered, yeah, user defined functions or customized functions. Are you in the position to understand? Sir, can you please tell how many types of functions are there? Two types. What is the first one? Built-in functions. Second one, user-defined functions. Built-in functions are Python inbuilt provided functions automatically which are coming from the Python software. These functions are called built-in functions, right? But there are some functions we have to define explicitly to meet our programming requirement. Those things are by default considered as user-defined functions. Okay, well, so built-in functions we are not required to discuss much, but user-defined functions we have to discuss, right? How to define, what about return type, parameters, how many arguments, like we have to talk about that. So now just take a bit very special care. What is syntax of user defined function? I want to define user defined function. What is the syntax, right? Take very special care. So now first def is the keyword we have to use. What is that, sir? Def compulsory, sir. If you want to define your function definition, we have to use def keyword, and then function name we have to use. Sir, you can use any name. In the previous example I used calculate is the name of the function. Next, here we can pass any number of parameters. Okay, like we can pass any number of parameters followed by colon. Observe the syntax, right? Okay, def function name parameters, like, okay. Next, within the function, if you want, you can provide doc string. Remember this one, documentation string. If you generate a documentation, this string will play the role. Okay, within triple quotes, we are going to talk about doc string, something like, okay, in the documentation, this one is going to come. Sir, there is one separate topic is there, doc. There I will discuss in detail. You are not required to worry, sir. Okay, doc string. Here simple. This function meant for arithmetic operations written by Durga. Such type of documentation for the function, sir, where you can define like this, right? And then you can define body of the function. Body, sir, print statements or otherwise some business logic, like some body. At last, if you want, you can return some value. At last we can return some value. That's all, sir. This is the syntax for the function. Remember this one, sir. So in this is the indentation block. Okay, remember. So doc string, you can take doc string, and then body. This body can be any number of lines, no problem at all. Next, return. If you want, you can take a return some value, right? Sir, in this total function definition, how many keywords we are using? Anyone, can you please tell? How many keywords we are using? 2 keywords. What is the first keyword? Def keyword I am using. Okay, def to define the function. Next, second keyword, return is the second keyword we are using, sir. But take a bit very special care. Return a value. Among these two, def keyword is mandatory. Remember this one, sir. Def keyword is mandatory. Mandatory, man. Compulsory. Without def keyword, you can define the function. But what about return? Return. So function may return value, may not return value. If you want to return something, then only we require to use. I don't want to return anything. Then automatically this return will become optional. Remember this one, sir. This return will become optional like this, right? Okay. So how to define function? What is the syntax? Next and after that, how you can use, sir, which keywords we require to use, which is mandatory, which is optional. Are you feeling comfortable, right? If you feel comfortable, then I will go for small examples. Then you will get much clarity. Any doubt about the syntax? Clear, right? Sir, now observe. I want to write a function to print a wish message, right? Okay, can you please write a function to print a wish message? My requirement is, hello friends, good evening. This is the message I have to print by using function. Sir, what is the syntax for function? Have you observed? Yes, syntax, def keyword, function name, parameters, body, return value like. Sir, now just let me go for def. Okay, def. What is the function name you want to use? Any name. Okay, I want to take wish. Wishes, sir. Is it required to take any input, any arguments? No. No arguments are there. That's all. Okay, like def wish. Okay. Now the next one, sir, doc string. Don't worry. Somewhere in the documentation separate topic is there. There I will discuss. Okay. Def wish. Now I'm taking print of hello friends. Hello friends, good evening. Hello friends, good evening. Like this I'm taking, sir. Good evening, like. That's all. Now my function completed, right? Okay, a small function. Of course, it's not going to return anything. That's all. Smallest function to print just a hello friends, good evening, like. Sir, def wish print hello friends, good evening, like. Sir, I wrote this function. Based on your requirement, you can call this function any number of times, no problem at all. Sir, now observe, I want to call wish. Okay, I'm calling wish. Again, I want to call wish. I want to call wish. Sir, you wrote the wish function only once, but you are calling any time, any number of times. Of course, I'm calling 3 times. Every time this body will be executed. Every time it's going to print, hello friends, good evening, something like. How many times this line will be printed? 3 times. Because we are calling that function, how many times, right? 3 times. Just have a look once. I want to write the function, sir. Def wish I'm taking. Sir, wish colon. Observe carefully. Def wish colon. Print hello friends. Hello friends, good evening. Hello friends, good evening. Like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. Sir, this is my function. Now let me go for wish. Okay, just I'm taking wish. I'm calling this, sir. Up to this, what we are doing is just we are defining the function. Sir, this is called calling the function. Okay, observe the terminology, sir. So this is defining the function, but this one itself is calling that function, sir. Sir, wish I'm calling. Now observe what the answer we are getting. Hello friends, good evening. Perfect. Sir, now let me call again. Second time also I'm calling. Now hello friends, good evening, like. Let me call again. Now what the answer, sir? Hello friends, good evening, like. So 3 times it's going to print happily hello friends, like. So once we wrote a function, we can call any number of times. Any doubt about this one, sir? The syntax, basic syntax, and the simplest example for our own function. Clear how to define, how you can call. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right?